Hello, my sleepy fellows. Tonight, let me take you on another soft journey through a world where time moves gently, like honey dripping from a wooden spoon on a warm summer afternoon. As the last light of day fades into the purple twilight and the first stars begin their ancient dance across the velvet sky, we'll spend some peaceful time with dear friends, cozy homes, and stories that have been whispered by firesides for countless generations. Tonight, we'll begin our journey in the heart of the Shire, where the gardens are heavy with the scent of late blooming roses and the evening air carries the distant sound of laughter from the green dragon. We'll share a quiet supper with old friends, tend to a well-loved garden, and listen as the wind carries tales from the Blue Mountains. Stories of ancient dwarven halls that once rang with the sound of hammer on anvil, and kings whose beards were white as mountain snow. So close your eyes now, dear listener, and let the worries of the day drift away like dandelion seeds on a gentle breeze. Pull those soft blankets a little closer around your shoulders, and perhaps brew yourself a cup of chamomile tea sweetened with just a touch of honey. Rest your head against your favorite pillow, and let's drift together into that timeless land where every door is round, every meal is shared with joy, and every story ends with the promise of peaceful dreams. Take a deep breath now and smell the wood smoke curling from distant chimneys, the fresh earth of well-tended gardens, and the faint sweetness of apple blossoms carried on the evening air. Can you hear it? The gentle murmur of the water flowing soft and steady past the mill, and the distant sound of Mrs. Bracegirdle calling her chickens home for the night. This is where our story begins, in the most comfortable place in all of Middle-earth, where second breakfast is a sacred tradition and every path leads eventually to home. You wake to the sound of thrushes singing their morning song in the old oak tree that shades your round green door. The sunlight filters gently through your bedroom curtains that your dear mother embroidered with tiny yellow flowers many years ago, and you can already smell the most wonderful aroma drifting from your kitchen. Someone has been busy with the morning baking, and unless you're very much mistaken, that's the scent of seed cake and fresh butter melting on warm scones. You stretch your toes beneath the soft wool blankets, flexing your furry feet as you contemplate the day ahead. Your joints give a satisfied little pop. Not the painful kind that troubles the big folk, but the pleasant morning stretch of someone who has slept deeply and well. Through your round window, you can see your garden bathed in golden morning light, the runner beans climbing their wooden poles, and your prized tomatoes growing plump and red on their vines. A gentle knock at your door interrupts your peaceful morning contemplation. "Are you awake in there, you lazy creature?" comes a familiar voice, warm with affection and just a hint of mischief. "I've brought breakfast, and I'm not above eating your portion if you don't show yourself soon." That's Tomlin Brandybuck, your dearest friend since you were both young hobbits getting into trouble in the old forest. Tomlin has the sort of cheerful round face that's always ready to break into a grin, and curls that refuse to stay properly combed no matter how much he fusses with them. He's also blessed with the Brandybuck appetite, which means your breakfast is indeed in mortal peril if you don't hurry. You slip your feet into your soft house slippers, the ones knitted by Mrs. Proudfoot with the little bells on the toes, and pad to the front door. When you open it, Tomlin stands there with a laden tray that makes your mouth water immediately. Fresh scones still warm from his oven, a pot of his famous blackberry jam. He'll never tell you his secret ingredient, though you suspect it involves a splash of Old Toby, thick yellow butter, and a steaming pot of tea that smells of mint and chamomile. I thought we might take breakfast in your garden, Tomlin says, his eyes twinkling. The morning's too beautiful to waste indoors, and besides, I want to hear how your late carrots are coming along. Mrs. Sandheaver was boasting yesterday about the size of her turnips, and I told her she hadn't seen anything until she'd seen your autumn vegetables. You lead him through your cozy hobbit hole, past the round wooden table where you take most of your meals, past the comfortable armchair by the fireplace where you read your books on rainy afternoons, and out through the back door into your beloved garden. Your little plot of land isn't the largest in Hobbiton, but it's certainly one of the most lovingly tended. Every plant has been chosen with care, every row planned with the precision that only comes from generations of gardening wisdom passed down from parent to child. The two of you settle at your small wooden table beneath the apple tree, its branches heavy with fruit that's just beginning to blush pink and gold. Tomlin pours the tea with the ceremony due to a proper breakfast, and you spread the thick butter on the warm scones, watching it melt into all the little crevices. The first bite is pure heaven. The scone is tender and sweet, the butter rich as cream, and the jam bursts with the taste of summer berries and sunshine. Now then, says Tomlin, settling back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. Tell me about this mysterious letter you mentioned yesterday. You said it came from the Blue Mountains. Can't say I've ever had correspondence from quite that far away. You reach into your waistcoat pocket and pull out a folded piece of parchment, yellowed with age and sealed with a blob of dark blue wax. The seal bears the impression of a mountain peak with a star above it, clearly dwarven work, though you're no expert in such matters. It came yesterday evening with the post, you explain, turning the letter over in your hands. The postman said it had been travelling for quite some time, passed from hand to hand through the mountain passes. Well, aren't you going to open it? Tomlin asks, leaning forward with curiosity bright in his eyes. I'm nearly bursting to know what a dwarf from the Blue Mountains could want with a respectable hobbit from Hobbiton. You break the seal carefully. There's something about the age of the letter that makes you want to treat it with respect, and unfold the parchment. The writing is in the common tongue, though with the careful, angular script that marks it as dwarven. You read aloud, "To the Hobbit of the Round Green Door in Hobbiton, greetings from the halls of the Blue Mountains. I am Dane Ironfoot's grandson, keeper of old songs and older memories. My grandfather spoke often of the kindness shown to our people by the little folk in years past, and I write now to share with you a gift of stories, as was once promised by one of your people to one of mine. Should you wish to hear the tales of our ancient halls and the kings who ruled beneath the mountain, leave a white stone by your door at sunset. The stories will come to you on the evening wind. With deepest gratitude for old kindnesses, Thorin Stonebeard." Tomlin lets out a low whistle. "Well, I never," he says, sitting back in his chair. "That's quite something, isn't it? Stories from the dwarves themselves. Though I must say, all this business about leaving stones and stories on the wind sounds a bit too much like magic for my comfort." You fold the letter carefully and tuck it back into your pocket. The morning sun is climbing higher, now warming your face and casting dancing shadows through the apple leaves. A fat bumblebee buzzes lazily from flower to flower in your herb garden, and somewhere in the distance you can hear the sound of Mrs. Bracegirdle hanging out her washing and singing an old song about sunshine and growing things. "I don't know, Tomlin," you say thoughtfully, sipping your tea. "There's something about this letter. It doesn't feel frightening or strange. It feels like a door opening, a door to stories I've never heard before." You gesture toward your garden, where your grandfather's roses are blooming beside your father's bean poles. All my life I've tended the same garden, walked the same paths, heard the same stories. Don't you ever wonder what lies beyond the borders of the Shire? Tomlin considers this, chewing thoughtfully on his scone. I suppose I do, he admits, though I'm perfectly happy with our quiet life here. Still, he glances at you with a knowing smile. I can see that look in your eyes. You're going to put out that white stone, aren't you? You laugh, feeling suddenly light and excited, like a young hobbit again. I think I might, you say. After all, what harm could there be in listening to a few old stories? And if they're boring, well, we can always go inside and play a game of cards instead. The two of you spend the rest of the morning in your garden, tending to the late vegetables and discussing the mysterious letter. Tomlin helps you water the herbs and tie up the bean plants that have grown heavy with pods, and you share stories about your respective families and neighbors. It's exactly the sort of peaceful, productive morning that makes hobbit life so wonderfully satisfying. As the sun climbs toward its noon position, you find yourself thinking more and more about the letter in your pocket. What sort of stories might the dwarves tell? What kings and halls might have existed in ages past, before the Shire was even settled? The thought fills you with a warm curiosity, like the feeling you get when you discover a new path through the woods or find an interesting book you've never read before. As the afternoon sun begins its lazy descent toward the western hills, casting long golden shadows across your garden, you feel a strange stirring in the air. It's not quite wind, the leaves on your apple tree are still, and your laundry hangs motionless on the line. But there's something, a kind of expectant hush that settles over Hobbiton like a soft blanket. Tomlin has gone home for his afternoon nap, promising to return for evening tea and perhaps a pipe or two on your front step. You've spent the quiet hours puttering about your garden, harvesting the last of the summer squash and checking on your prize pumpkin, which is growing magnificently round and orange in its sunny corner. But your mind keeps drifting to the letter and to the white stone that's been sitting on your kitchen windowsill since your grandfather's time. It's a perfectly ordinary stone, smooth and pale as a duck's egg, the sort you might find on any riverbank. But as you hold it in your palm, it seems to hold weight beyond its size, the weight of possibility, of stories waiting to be told. The late afternoon light streaming through your kitchen window makes it glow softly, as if it holds a bit of captured moonlight. You step outside your round green door and look up at the sky. The sun is still visible above the hills, but it's growing fat and golden the way it does when evening is approaching. A few early stars are beginning to twinkle in the deepening blue, and you can hear the evening sounds of Hobbiton settling into peaceful dusk. The lowing of cows being brought in from pasture, the distant sound of the Green Dragon's customers beginning their evening songs, and the soft murmur of families gathering around their supper tables. Almost without conscious thought, you kneel beside your door and place the white stone on the doorstep. It sits there innocuously, just a small, pale spot against the dark wood of your threshold. For a moment you feel rather foolish. Here you are, a grown hobbit of respectable years, leaving stones by your door like a child playing at magic, spells. But then the wind begins to rise. It starts as just a whisper through the grass, lifting the petals of your late roses and stirring the leaves of your herb garden. But gradually, it grows stronger. And with it comes a sound you've never heard before. A low, rhythmic thrumming, like distant drums or the beating of great hearts deep beneath the earth. The sound doesn't frighten you. Instead, it fills you with a sense of ancient majesty, of mountains that have stood since the beginning of time, and halls carved by hands that knew the secrets of stone and flame. You settle into your comfortable chair on the front step, pulling your evening shawl around your shoulders as the first real chill of autumn touches the air. The white stone seems to glow a little brighter now, though that might just be the last rays of sunlight catching its surface. And then, carried on the evening wind, you begin to hear it. Not quite a voice, but something deeper and older, like the memory of voices that once rang through mighty halls. The story comes to you not in words exactly, but in images and feelings that bloom in your mind like flowers opening to the dawn. You see mountains so tall their peaks disappear into clouds, their slopes dark with pine forests and bright with waterfalls that catch the morning light like scattered diamonds. You see great gates of stone carved with intricate patterns that seem to move and dance in the flickering light of torches, and beyond those gates, halls so vast that 100 hobbits could dance in them without bumping elbows. And you understand with the quiet certainty that comes with true stories that you are about to hear the tale of the Blue Mountains as they were in their ancient glory, when kings ruled beneath the stone, and the sound of dwarven hammers rang like music through the deep places of the world. The wind whispers more softly now, but the images in your mind grow clearer and more vivid. You pull your shawl a little closer and settle back to listen, as comfortable and expectant as if you were sitting by your own fireside, waiting for an old friend to begin a well-loved tale. The evening star appears above the western hills, bright and steady, and you know that this night will be different from any other in your quiet, comfortable life. As the purple twilight deepens around your doorstep and the first bats begin their evening hunt above your garden, you feel that sense of perfect contentment that comes only at the end of a day well spent. The mysterious wind has died away to a gentle breeze that carries the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of the water flowing softly past the old mill. Your white stone still sits by your door, looking perfectly ordinary once again, though somehow you feel it has done its work. You stretch and yawn, feeling pleasantly drowsy in the way that comes after an afternoon in the sun and the anticipation of stories yet to be told. Your garden looks particularly beautiful in the gloaming, with the last light catching the dewdrops on your spider plants and the pale faces of your evening primroses just beginning to open for the night. The comfortable sounds of Hobbiton settling into evening surround you like a lullaby. The distant bleating of sheep on the hills, the soft closing of doors as hobbits finish their after-dinner walks, and the gentle creak of your neighbour's weather vane turning in the light breeze. You pick up the white stone and turn it over in your palm, feeling its smooth coolness against your skin. Tomorrow you think you'll ask Tomlin what he makes of all this business with mysterious letters and stones and stories on the wind. But for now, it's enough to sit here in your doorway, surrounded by the peace of your small corner of the Shire, and know that somewhere beyond the borders of your familiar world, there are still wonders waiting to be discovered. Standing up with a soft grunt, your knees aren't quite what they used to be. You stretch once more and look up at the stars, now bright and clear in the darkening sky. The evening star seems to wink at you as if it shares in some delightful secret, and you find yourself smiling as you step back inside your cozy hobbit hole. The fire in your hearth has burned down to glowing embers, perfect for banking for the night, and your favorite armchair looks invitingly comfortable with its soft cushions and the warm throw your mother knitted draped over its back. You make yourself a cup of chamomile tea, sweetened with honey from Mrs. Maggot's bees, and settle into your chair with a contented sigh. The house around you seems to hum with quiet satisfaction. The walls that have sheltered 3 generations of your family, the familiar creak of the floorboards, the tick of your grandfather's clock on the mantelpiece. Outside, you can hear an owl hooting softly in the old oak, and the distant sound of the last customers leaving the Green Dragon, their voices warm with friendship and good ale. With a full heart and a mind pleasantly tired from the day's gentle adventures, you close your eyes and let the peaceful sounds of night in the Shire wash over you. The soft whisper of wind through your garden, the settling sounds of your house, and the promise of dreams filled with ancient mountains and halls of stone where stories are kept like treasures, waiting to be shared with those who know how to. Listen, and as sleep begins to claim you, you can almost hear it still. The faint echo of that mysterious wind, carrying with it the promise that some stories are too important to be lost, too beautiful to be forgotten, and too precious to be kept only by those who lived them first. Now, if you're still awake, dear listener, and you'd like to journey a little deeper into the wonders of this ancient world, let me tell you the story that came on that evening wind, the tale that the white stone unlocked, carried from the halls of the Blue Mountains to a humble hobbit's doorstep. Pour yourself another cup of tea if you'd like, or simply settle deeper into your comfortable spot, and let me share with you the memories of stone and fire, of kings and craftsmen, and of the great halls that once rang with the sound of dwarven songs. These are the stories that have been passed down through generations of stoneworkers and gem cutters, preserved in the deep places where the roots of mountains touched the bones of the earth. For in the days when the world was younger and the mountains still remembered their making, there lived beneath the Blue Mountains a people whose skill with hammer and forge was beyond compare, whose kings were wise and whose halls were filled with wonders that would take your breath away. And if you listen carefully, you might still hear the echo of their hammers, still see the glint of mithril in their ancient forges, still feel the majesty of their mounting kingdom in the days of its greatest glory. So close your eyes once more, and let me carry you back through the long years, back to a time when the Blue Mountains were young and proud, and the dwarven kingdoms beneath them were among the greatest wonders of Middle-earth. In the earliest days of the world, long before your great-great-grandmother's great-great-grandmother was even a thought in some distant hobbit's mind, the Blue Mountains stood proud and tall against the western sky, their peaks crowned with eternal snow and their slopes dark with forests that had never known the axe. These were not the gentle, rolling hills of the Shire, covered with soft grass and dotted with cozy hobbit holes, but true mountains, ancient, majestic, and filled with the deep music of stone and water and wind. Deep beneath those towering peaks in halls carved from the living rock by craftsmen whose skill was legendary, even among their own people, there ruled a king whose name was Azargal the Bold. His beard was black as midnight and reached nearly to his knees, woven with threads of silver that caught the light of the great forges. His crown was not made of gold. Gold was too soft, too yielding for a dwarf king, but of mithril, that most precious of metals, worked into a pattern of 7 stars that represented the 7 fathers of the dwarves. King Azargal's halls were a wonder to behold. The great entrance was carved from a single enormous stalactite, polished smooth as glass and inscribed with runes that told the history of his people. The doors themselves were 20 feet high and made of steel, so pure it sang when the wind touched it, fitted so perfectly that even a mouse could not have found a crack between them. And when those doors opened, they revealed chambers that would make even the proudest elven lord gasp in amazement. The Hall of Kings stretched for nearly a quarter mile beneath the mountain, its ceiling supported by columns carved to look like enormous trees, their stone branches meeting high overhead in a canopy of delicate tracery. Each column was different, carved by a different master craftsman, and each told part of the great story of the Dwarven people. Here was the column that showed Owly the smith teaching the first dwarves to work metal and stone. There was the column that depicted the great migration from the far eastern mountains, with tiny figures of dwarves carrying their most precious possessions across vast stone plains. But the greatest wonder of all was the ceiling itself. King Azaghal had commissioned his finest artists to carve it into a perfect representation of the night sky as seen from the peak of the highest mountain. Every star was there, picked out in chips of diamond and sapphire and emerald, and they were arranged so cleverly that as you walked through the hall, the ceiling seemed to move and shift above you, as if you were actually walking beneath the open sky. At certain times of the year, when the light from the great forge fires hit the ceiling just right, the stone stars would blaze with such brilliance that it was like standing beneath the vault of heaven itself. The throne of King Azaghal sat at the far end of this magnificent hall, carved from a single block of obsidian so large that an entire oak tree could have grown inside it. The back of the throne rose 30 feet into the air, carved with intricate patterns of mountains and caves and the tools of the craftsman's trade. The arms were shaped like the heads of great eagles, the king's personal symbol, and the seat was cushioned with furs from the white bears that lived on the highest peaks, creatures so rare and noble that only a king might wear their pelt. But King Azaghal was not a ruler who spent his days sitting on his throne. Impressive though it was, he was a craftsman himself, the greatest metalworker of his age, and his personal forge was almost as magnificent as his throne room. Here, surrounded by apprentices and master smiths, he would work at the great anvil that had been carved from a fallen star, its surface polished mirror bright, and never showing so much as a scratch, despite centuries of use. It was in this forge that King Azaghal created the wonders that made his kingdom famous throughout Middle-earth. He forged armor so light it felt like silk, and so strong it could turn aside the weapons of dragons. He created weapons that never needed sharpening, their edges holding true for centuries of use. He worked with metals that came from the deep, places of the earth, metals with names like Galvorn and Ithildin, metals that held starlight and moonlight in their very substance. But perhaps his greatest creation was not a weapon or a piece of armor, but something far more precious and far more dangerous. Deep in the most secure vault of his treasury, behind doors that were locked with 7 different keys and guarded by his most trusted warriors, King Azaghal kept a small wooden box. The box itself was unremarkable, plain oak, worn smooth, by handling with a simple brass clasp. But inside that humble box, nestled in silk as soft as spiderwebs, lay 7 rings. These were not the great rings of power that would later bring such joy and such sorrow to Middle-earth. No, these were something far older, and, in their own way, far more wonderful. They were the rings of the Mountain Kings, forged by Azaghal himself during the 7 nights of the winter solstice, when the mountain's deep fires burned brightest and the ancient songs of the stone were strongest. Each ring was made from a different metal, and each held a different power. The first was made of gold that had been purified in dragon fire, and it gave its wearer the ability to see truly, to look upon any person or object and know its real nature, whether fair or foul. The second was wrought from silver that had been bathed in moonlight for 7 years, and it granted the power to speak with the beasts of the mountain, the great eagles, the wise ravens, and even the ancient stone trolls who remembered the first days of the world. The third ring was forged from copper that had been struck by lightning 7 times, and it gave its wearer dominion over the weather in the high places, the power to call forth snow or sunshine, wind or calm, as the need arose. The fourth was made from iron that had been cooled in water from the deepest springs of the mountain, and it granted unbreakable courage, not the hot, reckless bravery of youth, but the steady, enduring valor that keeps a warrior standing when all hope seems lost. The fifth ring was carved from a single enormous ruby, its facets cut so perfectly that it seemed to hold fire in its very heart, and it gave its wearer the power to work with precious stones as if they were soft clay, shaping them with a touch into objects of incredible beauty. The sixth was made from mithril, so pure it was almost transparent, and it granted the ability to work with that most precious of metals, to shape it and form it into creations that were as much art as craft. But the seventh ring, the seventh ring was the greatest wonder of all. It was made from a metal that had no name in any language, a substance that King Azaghal had discovered in the deepest shafts of his kingdom, in places so far beneath the earth that the very rocks glowed with their own inner light. This ring granted a power that was beyond price, the ability to understand and speak the language of stone itself, to hear the slow, patient thoughts of mountains and the ancient memories held in every grain of rock. King Azaghal never wore these rings himself. He believed that such power was too great for any one person to wield, even a king. Instead, he gave 6 of the rings to his most trusted advisors, keeping only the 7th for times of greatest need. And under their wise guidance, his kingdom prospered as no dwarven realm had ever prospered before. The halls beneath the blue mountains became the wonder of the age. Caravans came from the grey havens and the great cities of men, bringing goods from across the sea in exchange for the incomparable craftsmanship of Azaghal's people. The elves of Linden sent ambassadors bearing gifts of music and poetry, and even they, who were not easily impressed by the works of other peoples, marveled at the beauty and skill of the dwarven artisans. For 300 years, the kingdom of the Blue Mountains knew peace and plenty. The great forges never cooled, the mines never ran dry, and the songs of the craftsmen echoed through the halls from dawn to dusk. Children grew up learning their crafts at their parents' sides, and each generation surpassed the last in skill and artistry. The very stones of the mountains seemed to sing with contentment, and it was said that even the dragons of the north gave the Blue Mountains a wide berth, knowing that here dwelt a people too wise and too well defended to trouble. But like all good things in the world, this golden age could not last forever. For in the east, in the dark land of Angband, a shadow was growing that would eventually reach out to touch even the peaceful hall of King Azaghal. Morgoth the Black, the first Dark Lord, was gathering his strength for the wars that would reshape Middle-earth, and his gaze began to turn toward the west, toward the kingdoms and peoples who lived in freedom and joy. Yet those dark days were still far in the future. For now, in the time of the story that came to you on the evening wind, the halls of the Blue Mountains rang with the sound of hammers and the laughter of a people who knew themselves to be blessed. King Azaghal worked at his great anvil, creating wonders that would be remembered for ages to come, while above, in the world of sun and sky, the mountains stood guard over his people, like ancient sentinels, their peaks crowned with snow and their slopes dark with the shadows of peaceful forests. And perhaps, if you listen very carefully on quiet evenings when the wind blows from the west, you can still hear the echo of those distant hammers, still catch the faint sound of the songs that once filled the halls beneath the Blue Mountains. For some things are too beautiful to be entirely lost, too precious to be completely forgotten. And the memory of that golden age lives on in the stones themselves, waiting for those who know how to listen to the deep music of the earth. As the ancient tale fades like the last echo of a distant song, and the memory of those magnificent halls grows soft and dreamlike in your mind, let us turn our steps along a different path, toward another corner of Middle-earth where peace dwells like a gentle stream flowing ever toward the sea. The night is still young, and there are more stories waiting to be told, more quiet wonders to share as we journey together through this land of timeless beauty. Come with me now to Rivendell, where the evening mist rises from swift-flowing streams, and the sound of elven harps drifts through groves of silver birch. Here, beneath stars that seem to sing with light, we'll discover tales that are older than the memory of mountains, yet as fresh and clear as the mountain springs that feed the Brunan's musical waters. The stars above Rivendell shine with a light that seems almost to whisper secrets, their radiance reflecting in the swift-flowing waters of the Bruinen as it winds its way through the hidden valley. Tonight, as the moon rises full and silver, above the misty mountains, casting everything in a gentle, ethereal glow, we find ourselves walking the winding paths of the last homely house where time moves like honey poured from an ancient jar, and every moment holds the possibility of wonder. You've traveled here not as a hurried messenger or a weary refugee, but as a welcome guest, invited to share in the timeless peace that dwells in this secret valley like morning mist among the ferns. Lord Elrond himself has greeted you with the courtesy shown to honoured friends, and you've been given a chamber overlooking the gardens where the evening primroses bloom beneath the starlight, their pale faces turned toward the moon as if in silent prayer. Tonight we'll walk among the fountain songs and silver bells of Rivendell's terraced gardens, share an evening meal with the gentle folk who call this valley home, and listen as the night air carries stories of the rings of power, not the dark tales of their making that would trouble your dreams, but the gentlest stories of their early days, when they were wrought with hope and joy by hands that knew only the desire to preserve and protect the beauty of the world. So settle yourself comfortably, dear listener, and let the peaceful sounds of Rivendell wash over you like a lullaby. Here, the very air seems to sing with ancient melodies, and the stars themselves lean close to listen to the stories that unfold beneath their watchful light. Take a deep breath and smell the night-blooming jasmine that climbs the walls of the house, the clean scent of mountain water, and the faint sweetness of malorn leaves carried on the evening breeze from distant Lothlorien. Can you hear it? The gentle music of harps and voices raised in harmony drifting from the Hall of Fire, where the elves gather each evening to share songs and stories that are older than the kingdoms of men. This is where our second tale begins, in a place where every pathway leads to beauty, every doorway opens onto wonder, and every story is told with the love of those who have seen the world in all its glory and choose always to remember the light. You wake not to the harsh call of cockerels or the urgent ringing of bells, but to the soft sound of water flowing over stones and the distant music of elven voices greeting the dawn. Your chamber in the last homely house faces east, and through the great window, shaped like a six-pointed star and filled with glass so clear it might have been made from captured sunlight, you can see the first rays of morning painting the peaks of the misty mountains in shades of rose and gold. The bed you rest in is like nothing you've ever experienced before. The frame appears to be carved from a single piece of white wood that gleams like pearl, though what tree it came from, you cannot imagine. The mattress is stuffed with something softer than the finest goose down, and the covers are woven from thread, so fine it feels like lying beneath clouds. You stretch luxuriously, feeling more rested than you have in years, as if the very air of Rivendell has washed away not just the fatigue of travel, but the accumulated weariness of all your days. A soft knock at your door, though knock is perhaps too harsh a word for the gentle tapping that sounds more like raindrops on leaves, announces the arrival of breakfast. "Good morning, honoured guest," comes a voice like silver bells, and when you bid them enter, you find yourself looking at one of the most beautiful beings you've ever beheld. She is tall and graceful, with the ageless beauty that marks all the firstborn, though something in her manner suggests she is not yet ancient by Elven standards. Her hair falls like a waterfall of starlight to her waist, braided with tiny flowers that seem to glow with their own inner light. Her dress appears to be woven from morning mist and moonbeams, shifting from silver to pale blue to soft green as she moves. But it's her eyes that truly capture your attention, deep as forest pools and filled with a kindness that makes you feel immediately at home. "I am Telewin," she says, setting down a tray that makes your mouth water with anticipation. "Lord Elrond has asked me to ensure your comfort during your stay with us. I hope you slept well." The chamber of the evening star is said to grant particularly peaceful dreams. The breakfast she's brought is unlike anything you've ever seen. There are fruits that seem to hold sunlight in their golden skins, bread that's so light it nearly floats from the plate, and honey that tastes of 1,000 different wildflowers. The tea, served in a cup so delicate you're almost afraid to touch it, has a flavor that reminds you of summer mornings and gentle rain, with just a hint of something that might be starlight, if starlight had a taste, Lord Elrond thought. "You might enjoy breaking your fast in the Garden of Song," Selewyn continues, her voice carrying the musical quality that all elves possess. "The morning light is particularly beautiful there at this hour, and the fountain sings most sweetly when the sun first touches the water." You dress quickly in the simple but elegant garments that have been provided. They fit perfectly, though you're certain you never gave your measurements to anyone. The fabric feels like silk but moves like water, and the color seems to shift between deep forest green and midnight blue depending on how the light catches it. Your feet are bare, as is the custom in Rivendell, and the floors are so perfectly smooth and warm that shoes would be not just unnecessary, but intrusive. Selewyn leads you through corridors that seem to flow like music made solid, their walls carved with intricate patterns of leaves and flowers and running water. Every turn reveals a new vista through arched windows. Here, a glimpse of the garden where silver bells chime in the morning breeze. There, a view of the valley where deer graze peacefully among the birch trees, their white flanks dappled with sunlight and shadow. The Garden of Song proves to be a circular terrace carved into the side of the valley, surrounded by flowering trees whose blossoms seem to sing soft harmonies as the wind moves through them. In the center stands a fountain unlike anything in the world of men or hobbits. Its waters rise and fall in patterns that create actual melodies, sometimes bright and laughing like a mountain stream, sometimes deep and contemplative like the Song of the Sea. You settle at a small table beside the fountain, and Telewin pours your tea with a ceremony that somehow makes the simple act feel like a blessing. The morning sun warms your face, and you can hear the distant sound of elven voices singing their morning songs, praising the return of light to the world. Birds flit among the branches above, not ordinary birds, but creatures of impossible beauty, with feathers that shimmer like jewels and voices that blend seamlessly with the elven melodies. "Tell me," you say to Telewin as she settles gracefully into the chair across from you, "I've heard it said that Rivendell exists somewhat outside the normal flow of time. Is it true that a day here might be a year elsewhere, or a year here, but a day in the outside world?" She laughs, and the sound is like water running over crystal. "Time does indeed move differently here," she admits, "though not quite so dramatically as the tales suggest. It's more that time moves as it should, as it was meant to before the world grew hurried and anxious. Here, we have time to truly see the beauty of a sunrise, to listen to the complete song of a stream, to tell our stories without rushing toward their endings." As if summoned by her words, another figure approaches across the garden. An elf lord whose bearing marks him as one of great age and wisdom. His hair is silver as moonlight, and his eyes hold depths that speak of millennia beyond counting. Yet his step is as light as a young elf's, and his smile as warm as summer sunshine. "Ah, our honored guest," he says, his voice carrying the authority of ages, yet gentle as a father speaking to a beloved child. "I am Erestor, chief counselor to Lord Elrond. I hope you find our hospitality to your liking." You assure him that you've never been more comfortable, and he nods with satisfaction. Good. Lord Elrond has asked me to serve as your guide today, if you would welcome the company. There are many wonders in Rivendell that few outsiders have the opportunity to see, and we would be honored to share them with one who appreciates the gentler magics of the world. The morning passes like a dream of perfect peace. Erestor leads you through the halls of the great house, each more beautiful than the last. You see the Hall of Fire, where a flame burns that has never been kindled and will never die, its light neither harsh nor dim, but perfectly suited to reading or quiet conversation. You visit the library, where books and scrolls from every age of the world rest on shelves that seem to extend infinitely into golden shadows, and where the very air hums with the accumulated wisdom of millennia. In the observatory, you look through crystals that show not just the movements of stars and planets, but the slow dance of ages, the rise and fall of kingdoms, the patient growth of forests, and the even more patient wearing away of mountains. And in the chamber of memory, you see preserved in crystal spheres moments of perfect beauty from throughout the ages. The first sunrise ever to touch the peaks of the misty mountains, the laughter of elven children in the elder days, the song of the two trees of Valinor before their light was lost to the world. But perhaps the most wonderful sight of all is the Garden of Years, where Erestor leads you as the sun reaches its zenith. Here, in carefully tended beds, grow flowers from every age of Middle-earth. Some are so ancient that their like has not been seen elsewhere for thousands of years, preserved here by elven care and the timeless nature of the valley. Others are new, their seeds brought by travelers from distant lands and nurtured into bloom by gardeners whose patient love could coax beauty from the most reluctant soil. Each flower tells a story, Erestor explains as you walk among the beds, breathing in fragrances that range from familiar to utterly alien. This rose came from the gardens of Númenor before the island was lost beneath the waves. These lilies bloomed in Gondolin the Fair, and their seeds were saved when the hidden city fell. And these, he gestures to a bed of flowers that seem to be made of crystallized starlight. These are Eleanor, from the woods of Lothlorien, given to us by the Lady Galadriel herself. As you bend to examine the ethereal blooms more closely, you notice something that makes you catch your breath in wonder. Moving among the flowers so carefully that they barely disturb the delicate petals are butterflies unlike any in the mortal world. Their wings are transparent as the finest glass, shot through with veins of silver and gold, and as they flutter from bloom to bloom, they leave tiny trails of light in the air, like miniature falling stars.
Ah, you've noticed our little friends, Eristor says with a smile. They are called lumenworm, light moths in the common tongue, though they are far more beautiful than their name suggests. They feed on starlight and moonbeams, and their
presence is considered a sign of great blessing. We are fortunate that they choose to make their home here in Rivendell. As the afternoon sun begins its slow descent toward the western mountains, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, you find yourself in the most remarkable place yet. The Terrace of Evening Stars, a broad balcony that overlooks the entire valley of Rivendell. The view is breathtaking, the last homely house spread out below you like a jewel set in green velvet, the Bruinen winding through the valley like a ribbon of liquid silver, and beyond it all, the peaks of the misty mountains standing guard over this hidden sanctuary. But it's not just the beauty of the view that makes this place special. It's the sense of something momentous about to unfold. Other elves have begun to gather on the terrace, their voices low and musical as they greet each other in the ancient tongue. Some carry instruments, harps that seem to be carved from moonbeams, flutes that might have been fashioned from captured birdsong, drums that whisper rather than thunder. Selewyn appears at your elbow as if she had materialized from the evening mist itself. "The sun is setting," she says softly, "and with it comes one of our most cherished traditions. Tonight, Lord Elrond will tell the story of the rings, not the full tale, for that would take many nights and many voices, but the part that speaks of hope and wonder rather than shadow and loss. Would you like to stay and listen?" You nod eagerly, settling onto one of the soft cushions that have been arranged in a great circle on the terrace. The other elves arrange themselves around you, and you realize with a thrill of honor that you've been given a place of distinction close enough to Lord Elrond's chair to see every expression that crosses his ageless face. As the last ray of sunlight fades from the mountain peaks and the first stars begin to appear in the deepening sky, Lord Elrond himself steps onto the terrace. Even among the elves, who are all beautiful beyond mortal measure, he stands apart. His presence seems to fill the space around him with light and warmth, and when he speaks, his voice carries easily to every corner of the terrace without seeming raised. "My friends," he says, and somehow you feel included in that address. "Tonight, we remember the days of hope, when the world was younger and hearts were lighter. Tonight, we speak of the rings of power, not as they became, but as they were meant to be, gifts of preservation and protection, born from love of the beautiful and the desire to keep it safe from the ravages of time." A hush falls over the assembled elves, the kind of expectant silence that precedes the telling of a beloved tale. The stars above seem to lean closer, and even the wind holds its breath. Lord Elrond settles into his chair, a masterwork of carved wood that seems to grow from the very stone of the terrace, and begins to speak. But as his voice rises and falls in the ancient cadences of storytelling, you feel yourself growing, deliciously drowsy. The day has been full of wonders. Your belly is full of the finest food you've ever tasted, and the soft cushions beneath you seem to cradle you like a child in its mother's arms. The evening air carries the scent of night-blooming flowers, and the distant music of the waterfall and the stars above blur slightly as your eyelids grow heavy. You fight against sleep for a moment, not wanting to miss a single word of the tale that Lord Elrond is telling. But then you realize that this is Rivendell, where time moves as it should, where stories are told not to be consumed quickly, but to be savored like fine wine. There will be other evenings, other tales, other opportunities to learn the deep lore of the elder days. With a soft sigh of contentment, you let your eyes drift closed, still hearing the music of Lord Elrond's voice, weaving tales of wonder and beauty. Still feeling the gentle presence of the elves around you, still wrapped in the timeless peace of the last homely house. And as you slip into dreams, you carry with you the promise that when morning comes, there will be new wonders to discover, new stories to hear, and new moments of perfect peace to treasure in your heart. As you settle deeper into the embrace of Rivendell's eternal twilight, wrapped in comfort softer than the finest silk and surrounded by voices that sing like distant streams, let me share with you the tale that Lord Elrond tells on nights when the stars are bright and the moon looks down with silver eyes upon the hidden valley. This is not the dark story of corruption and loss that shadows the later days of the rings, but the golden tale of their beginning, when they were wrought with hope and love by hands that knew only the desire to protect and preserve the beauty of the world. Close your eyes and listen, as the elves have listened for centuries, to the story of how wonder was captured in circles of precious metal, and how the first songs of power were sung in halls where starlight danced on golden walls. For in Ostin-Edil, the city of the elves in Eregion, there lived in the days of the world's youth a craftsman whose skill was beyond compare, whose heart was filled with love for all beautiful things, and whose greatest desire was to create works that would endure long after the hands that made them had passed into memory. And it was there, in workshops filled with the music of hammer on anvil and the soft singing of craftsmen at their labor, that the first rings of power were born. In the days when Gil-galad was High King of the Noldor, and the sun still seemed to shine with the light of younger days, there stood, in the land of Eregion, a city that was perhaps the fairest work of elven hands in all of Middle-earth. Ostin-Edil, it was called, the city of the elves, and it rose from the foothills of the misty mountains like a song made manifest in stone and silver, its towers reaching toward the sky with such grace that the very clouds seemed to pause in their passage to admire its beauty. The city was built around a series of natural terraces carved into the mountainside by some ancient river, each level more beautiful than the last. The lowest level housed the workshops and forges where the craftsmen labored, their halls filled with the warm glow of forge fires and the musical ringing of hammer on anvil. Here, smiths worked with metals both common and rare, creating implements of daily use that were also works of art, knives that never dulled, cups that kept wine always at the perfect temperature, mirrors that showed not just physical beauty, but the beauty of the spirit within. The second level was given over to the gardens, where master gardeners tended flowers and trees from every corner of Middle-earth. Here, roses from Valinor grew beside lilies from the shores of the sea, and trees that had been saplings in the elder days spread their branches over paths paved with stones that gleamed like captured starlight. The air here was always filled with the sound of fountains and the songs of birds that nested in the flowering branches, and it was said that to walk these gardens was to experience a taste of the peace that dwelt in the undying lands beyond the sea. The third level housed the dwelling places of the elves themselves, not great mansions built for show, but homes that seemed to grow from the mountainside like particularly beautiful stones, their walls faced with marble that caught and held the light of sun and moon and stars. Each home had its own garden, its own fountain, its own small workshop, where the residents could pursue their crafts in peace and quiet. The streets between the houses were narrow and winding, following the natural contours of the mountain, and they were paved with a mosaic of different colored stones that told the story of the Eldar, from their awakening beneath the stars to their coming into the west, but it was the fourth and highest level that was the true wonder of Ost-in-Edhill. Here stood the house of the Myrdain, the jewel smiths, and it was here that the greatest craftsmen of the age pursued their art. The building itself was a marvel. Its walls were made of a white stone that seemed to glow with its own inner light, and they were set with windows of crystal so clear and perfectly cut that they seemed to be openings into another world entirely. The roof was a dome of silver that reflected the sky by day and the stars by night, and at its peak stood a crystal that had been cut with such skill that it gathered light from all the heavens and spread it throughout the halls below. Within this wondrous building, in workshops that were themselves works of art, labored the finest craftsmen that Middle-earth had ever known. There was Arlandil, whose skill with gold was so great that he could work the precious metal into forms so delicate they seemed to be made of solidified sunlight. There was Mithrelis, who worked with silver until it sang beneath her hands, creating jewelry that seemed to hold the very music of the spheres. There was Galathan, who could cut gems with such precision that each facet was a perfect mirror, reflecting not just light, but the hopes and dreams of those who looked into them. And greatest of all the craftsman, master of the Myrdain and wonder of his age, was Celebrimbor, grandson of Feanor himself, inheritor of all the skill and passion of his legendary ancestor, but blessed with a wisdom and restraint that the maker of the Silmarils had never possessed. Celebrimbor's workshop occupied the highest chamber of the House of the Myrdain, directly beneath the great crystal dome, and it was here that he pursued his greatest work. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with shelves that held materials gathered from the farthest corners of the world. Here were metals that came from the roots of mountains, gems that had been formed in the hearts of stars, pearls from the deepest parts of the sea. Strange crystals from the caves of the dwarves sat beside woods from the forests of Valinor, and waters from sacred springs were kept in vessels of crystal and gold. But the most precious materials of all were those that could not be seen or touched. The accumulated wisdom of ages, the patient skill passed down from master to apprentice through countless generations, and most importantly, the love that Celebrimbor bore for all beautiful things and his burning desire to preserve them against the ravages of time. For that was the dream that drove Celebrimbor and his fellow craftsmen, the dream of creating works that would endure forever, that would keep safe the beauty and wonder of the world even as the years passed and things changed and grew old. They had seen too much beauty fade, too many wonders pass away, too many songs be forgotten. The very elves themselves were beginning to feel the weight of years, the slow fading that would eventually call them all to the grey havens and the journey into the west. But what if there were a way to capture the essence of beauty itself, to hold it safe in works of surpassing craft, to create objects that would not only endure but would preserve and protect all that was most precious in the world. It was this dream that led Celebrimbor to his greatest work, the forging of the Rings of Power. Not all at once, for such a work could not be rushed, but slowly, carefully, over many years of patient labor and ceaseless refinement. He began with simple experiments, rings of common metals imbued with minor enchantments, a ring that would keep its wearer warm in winter, another that would help travelers find their way in darkness, a third that would preserve food from spoiling. But as his skill grew and his understanding deepened, Celebrimbor began to envision rings of far greater power, rings that could preserve not just physical things, but the essence of places, the spirit of communities, the very heart of what made life beautiful and worth living. He dreamed of rings that could keep a forest forever green, a city forever fair, a people forever free from the corruption and decay that seemed to be spreading through Middle-earth like a slow poison. The work was not his alone. The other Myrdain contributed their own skills and knowledge, and even the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, with whom the elves of Eregion had long maintained friendship and trade, shared some of their deepest secrets of metalwork and stonecraft. Messages passed between Ostin-Edil and the Grey Havens, where the ancient elf lord Círdan the shipwright added his wisdom to the great work. And from Lothlorien came the Lady Galadriel herself, bearing gifts of mithril and sharing insights that could only come from one who had looked upon the light of the two trees. But the greatest influence on Celebrimbor's work came from an unexpected source, a stranger who appeared in Ostin-Edhil in the guise of a messenger from the Valar, bearing gifts of knowledge and offering aid to the great work. He called himself Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, and his appearance was fair beyond description, his wisdom vast beyond measure, and his desire to help the elves in their work apparently sincere and heartfelt. Under Anatar's guidance, the work proceeded more swiftly than ever before. The techniques of ring-making were refined and perfected, the sources of power were identified and tapped, and one by one the great rings began to take shape beneath the skilled hands of the Myrdain. 7 rings for the dwarf lords who would use them to delve deep and build strong kingdoms beneath the mountains. 9 rings for men who would use them to rule wisely and protect their people from the darkness that pressed in from all sides. And, finally, greatest of all, 3 rings for the elves themselves. Rings of such power and beauty that they would preserve the fairest realms of Middle-earth against the coming of winter and the fading of the light. Vilya, mightiest of all the rings, with dominion over air and the movements of the sky. Narya, the ring of fire, which could kindle hope in the darkest of times and inspire courage in the most fearful of hearts. And Nenya, the ring of water, which could preserve and protect, keeping safe all that was most precious and dear. The making of these 3 rings was Celebrimbor's greatest achievement, and he wrought them in secret, without the knowledge or aid of Anatar, for something in the stranger's manner had begun to trouble the master craftsman. They were made with all the skill and love that he possessed, imbued with the accumulated wisdom of ages and the fervent hope that they would be used always for the protection of the good and the beautiful. When the work was complete, Celebrimbor looked upon the fruits of his labor with a mixture of pride and profound satisfaction. Here, wrought in imperishable metal and crystal, was the fulfillment of his greatest dream, the preservation of beauty against the ravages of time, the protection of the innocent against the forces of darkness, the keeping safe of all that made life worth living. The rings were more than mere objects. They were repositories of hope, vessels of love, bulwarks against despair. But even as he gazed upon his masterwork, Celebrimbor felt a shadow fall across his heart. For Anatar had vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, and there were troubling reports from the lands beyond Eregium. Whispers of a dark power rising in the east, of a shadow that was spreading across the world, of a presence that sought to dominate and control all that it touched. The master craftsman carefully placed the 3 great rings in a casket of mithril and crystal, sealing it with words of power and protection. Whatever darkness might be gathering beyond the borders of Eregion, whatever shadow might threaten the peace of Middle-earth, these rings at least would remain free and untainted, ready to serve as beacons of hope in whatever dark days might come. For Celebrimbor understood, with the wisdom that comes to all great artists, that true creation is not just about bringing new things into the world, but about preserving and protecting the good that already exists. The rings of power were his gift to the future, his promise that no matter how dark the night might become, there would always be lights to guide the way home, always sanctuaries where beauty and peace could flourish, always hope that goodness would endure. And though the tale of the rings would grow dark in later days, though they would become the source of great sorrow and suffering, in this moment of their completion, they were exactly what their maker intended them to be. Perfect expressions of love for the world and all its wonders, wrought by hands that knew no malice and hearts that desired only to protect and preserve all that was most precious in the turning of the years. As the memory of that golden age fades like morning mist, touched by the first rays of dawn, and the echo of ancient hammers grows soft in the chambers of your mind, let us journey onward through the night, following paths that wind through different corners of Middle-earth's vast tapestry. The stars wheel slowly overhead, marking the passage of hours that feel like moments in this timeless realm of story and dream. Our next stop lies along the Great East Road, where travelers have found welcome for countless generations beneath the swinging sign of the prancing pony. Here, in the cozy common room where the fire never quite dies and the beer is always perfectly poured, we'll discover tales that span the vast waters of the Western Sea, stories of an island kingdom that once stood proud and tall before the waves claimed it for their own. The Great East Road stretches like a brown ribbon across the rolling countryside, winding its way between gentle hills dotted with copses of oak and elm, past fields where the last of the summer grain stands golden in the moonlight, waiting for tomorrow's harvest. But tonight, as the autumn mist begins to rise from the valleys and the first hint of winter's chill touches the air, all roads seem to lead to one place: the warm, welcoming glow of the prancing pony, where the windows shine like earthly stars and the sound of laughter and good fellowship spills out into the darkness like a promise of comfort and joy. You've been walking since sunset, following the road from Hobbiton with a travelling pack on your shoulders and a walking stick in your hand, drawn by the ancient pull that calls all wanderers eventually to Bree. Not because you have business there or urgent messages to deliver, but simply because sometimes the heart needs to know that there are places in the world where strangers are welcomed as friends, where a good meal and a warm bed are never far away, and where the stories that bind all peoples together are told and retold around fires that have burned since time immemorial. Tonight, as we settle into the most comfortable corner of the prancing pony's common room, with a mug of the finest ale in all the Shire lands warming our hands, and the fire casting dancing shadows on the old oak beams, we'll hear tales of the great island kingdom of Númenor, not the tragic story of its ending, which would cast shadows on our peaceful evening, but the wondrous tales of its glory days, when its ships were the pride of the western waters, and its people were counted among the wisest and most noble in all of Middle-earth. So settle back in your chair, dear listener, and let the comfortable sounds of the prancing ponies surround you like a warm embrace. Here, the very walls seem to hold the memory of 1,000 stories, and the air itself is thick with the accumulated wisdom of travelers from every corner of the world. Take a deep breath and smell the wood smoke from the great hearth, the rich aroma of the evening meal, and the faint salt tang that seems to cling to the clothes of those who have sailed the western seas. Can you hear it? The gentle murmur of conversation from the other tables, the soft clink of tankards and the rustle of pipe smoke, the distant sound of horses being tended in the stable yard, and beneath it all, the patient voice of old Barlaman Butterbur as he tells a tale that has been passed down through generations of innkeepers, a story of ships and stars and the great island that once stood proud in the western waters before the sea claimed it for its own. You push open the heavy oak door of the prancing pony, just as the first drops of evening rain begin to spatter on the cobblestones of Breeze Market Square. The warmth that greets you is like a physical embrace, wrapping around you the moment. You step across the threshold into the most famous inn between the Shire and Rivendell. The common room stretches before you, its low ceiling supported by massive oak beams that are dark with age and polished smooth by centuries of pipe smoke and firelight. The hearth dominates one wall, built of stone so old that moss has found a foothold in the mortar between the blocks. The fire within burns with that perfect, steady glow that speaks of well-seasoned wood and careful tending, casting a warm golden light that makes every corner of the room feel welcoming and secure. Above the mantel hangs the inn's famous sign, a carved wooden pony rearing on its hind legs, painted in colours that have been refreshed so many times over the centuries that they seem to glow with their own inner light. The room itself is comfortably crowded with travellers of every description. In one corner, a group of hobbit merchants from the East Farthing are comparing notes about wool prices, their round faces flushed with good ale and the satisfaction of a day's business well done. Near the window, two rangers sit in quiet conversation, their weather-beaten faces serious as they discuss matters that concern the wide world beyond the borders of peaceful Bree. At a table by the fire, an old man with a white beard that reaches nearly to his knees is telling stories to a fascinated audience of young folk, his voice rising and falling with the practiced cadence of a born storyteller. But it's the man behind the bar who truly commands your attention. Barlaman Butterbur, himself master of the prancing pony and heir to a tradition of innkeeping that stretches back to the founding of Bree itself. He's a large, comfortable-looking man with a round face that seems permanently creased with smile lines and hands that move with the practiced efficiency of someone who has spent his life ensuring that travelers find exactly what they need, whether that's a hot meal, a soft bed, or simply a friendly face in a world that can sometimes feel cold and unwelcoming. "Welcome, welcome," he calls out as he notices your arrival, his voice carrying easily over the gentle hubbub of conversation. Come in from the rain, friend, and find yourself a place by the fire. The night's turning colder, and there's nothing better for a traveller than a warm meal and a mug of our finest ale to chase away the chill. You make your way through the crowded room, nodding to the other patrons as you pass. There's something about the prancing pony that makes everyone feel like part of a great, extended family. Perhaps it's the warmth of the fire, or the excellence of the ale, or simply the knowledge that this inn has been a haven for travelers for longer than anyone can remember. You find an empty chair at a table near the hearth, and within moments Barliman appears at your elbow with a tray laden with good things. The ale he serves you is the colour of dark honey and topped with a head of foam as white as fresh snow. The taste is everything you've heard about and more, rich and complex, with hints of the hops that grow in the fields around Bree and the crystal-clear water from the ancient well that lies beneath the inn's foundations. With the ale comes a plate of food that makes your mouth water. Thick slices of roast beef still steaming from the kitchen, bread that's so fresh it's still warm from the oven, cheese that's aged to perfection in the inn's own cellars, and vegetables that were growing in the inn's garden that very morning. There's nothing like a good meal to make a traveller feel at home, Barliman says with satisfaction, settling his considerable bulk into the chair across from you. And if you don't mind me saying so, you look like you've come a fair distance. Today, from the Shire, would I be right? I can always tell a hobbit friend by the way they appreciate good food and comfortable surroundings. You confirm his guess, and his face lights up with pleasure. Ah, I thought so. We get many travellers from Hobbiton and the surrounding areas. Good folk, all of them. And they know the value of a well-run inn. In fact, just last week I had a visitor from the Shire who told me the most remarkable story, something about a letter from the Blue Mountains and stones that glow in the moonlight.
Magic, he said, though he seemed more pleased than frightened by it. The mention of magic draws the attention of the old storyteller by the fire, who looks up from his tale with bright, curious eyes. Magic, did you say, Barliman? Now there's...
A word that's not often heard in Bree these days, more's the pity. Time was when this old inn was full of tales of wonder and enchantment, when travellers would come here carrying stories from the furthest corners of the world. Barliman nods enthusiastically. Aye, that's the truth, Master Tolkien, he says, addressing the old man with evident respect. My grandfather used to tell me stories that would make your hair stand on end. Tales of elves and dwarves, of dragons and wizards, of ships that sailed to lands beyond the sunset. But none of his stories were finer than the ones about the great island kingdom of Numenor, where men lived for centuries and built cities that made even the elves marvel at their beauty. The mention of Numenor causes a hush to fall over the common room as conversations pause and ears turn toward Barliman's table. There's something about that name that captures the imagination, perhaps because it represents everything that mortal men might aspire to: greatness without corruption, power without cruelty, wisdom without pride. Numenor, repeats Master Tolkien thoughtfully, stroking his long white beard. Now there's a name that stirs the heart and fires the imagination. The Blessed Isle, the land of gift, the star-shaped island that stood proud in the western waters for 3,500 years. Would you like to hear the tale, friends? For I know it well, having heard it from the lips of one who claimed to have it from the elves themselves. A chorus of agreement rises from around the common room, and you find yourself settling back, in your chair with anticipation. There's something about the combination of good food, excellent ale, and the promise of a tale well told that creates the perfect atmosphere for storytelling. The fire burns bright and steady, the rain patters gently against the windows, and outside the night wraps around the inn like a protective cloak. Master Tolkien takes a long pull from his tankard and looks around the room with eyes that seem to hold depths of memory and wisdom. When he speaks, his voice carries the authority of someone who has spent his life collecting and preserving the stories that bind the world together, keeping alive the memory of wonders that might otherwise be lost to the passage of years. As the evening deepens and the fire settles into glowing embers that cast dancing shadows on the ancient walls of the prancing pony, you notice something unusual beginning to happen. The other conversations in the common room have gradually died away, not from any lack of fellowship, but because something in the air itself seems to be calling for attention, for the kind of deep listening that comes only when a story of great importance is about to be told. The rain outside has intensified, drumming steadily against the diamond-paned windows and creating a cocoon of sound that makes the inn feel even more like a sanctuary against the wild world beyond its walls. But it's not just the weather that has changed. There's a quality to the light in the room now that seems different, more golden, more warm, as if the very air has been touched by the memory of distant sunlight reflected off waters that no
longer exist. Master Tolkien has risen from his chair by the fire and moved to a spot where he can address the entire room, his tall figure commanding attention even in the gentle, informal way of a natural storyteller.
In his hands, he holds what appears to be an old leather journal, its pages yellowed with age and its binding worn smooth by countless readings. But you suspect that he could tell this tale without any book at all, for it has the feel of a story that has been lived with and loved for many years. "Before I begin," he says, his voice carrying easily to every corner of the room, "let me pour wine for those who would share it. For this is a tale that deserves to be told with ceremony, and wine has always been the drink of great stories and greater remembrances." Barliman appears as if by magic, bearing a tray of goblets and a bottle of wine that seems to glow with its
own inner light. The wine is the color of deep amber, and when Master Tolkien pours it, the liquid seems to capture and hold the firelight like liquid gold.
The scent that rises from the goblets is intoxicating, not just the rich aroma of fine wine, but something deeper, something that speaks of vineyards that grew beneath stars that shine no longer, of grapes that ripened under skies that have long since passed into memory. This wine, Master Tolkien explains as he distributes the goblets, came to me from a friend who sailed often to the Grey Havens, and he claimed it was made from vines that once grew on the slopes of the Menel Tama.
Itself, though how such a thing could be, I cannot say.
But taste it, and tell me if it does not carry with it the flavor of wonder and the memory of days when the world was younger and men walked taller under the stars. You accept your goblet gratefully, and when you taste the wine, you understand immediately what he means. There's something about its flavor that transcends the merely physical. It seems to carry with it the essence of hope itself, the taste of dreams made manifest, the liquid embodiment of all that is noble and beautiful in the world of mortals. As the wine is shared around the room, Master Tolkien opens his leather journal and begins to speak. But you realize quickly that he's not really reading from the book. Instead, he's using it as a prop, a way to focus his thoughts and lend gravity to the tale he's about to tell. His eyes, when they're not looking down at the pages, seem to be gazing at something far beyond the walls of the inn, as if he can actually see the wonders he's describing. "Long ago," he begins, his voice taking on the measured cadence of formal storytelling, "when the world was young and the stars were bright, there rose from the western waters an island that was the greatest work of mortal hands that Middle-earth has ever known. It was star-shaped, that island, with 5 great peninsulas reaching out into the sea like the points of a star, and at its heart rose a mountain so tall that its peak was lost in clouds, and from its summit one could see to the
very edge of the world."
The common room has grown so quiet that you can hear the soft crackle of the fire and the gentle breathing of the listeners. Outside, the rain continues its steady drumming, but inside, time seems to have slowed to the pace of deep story, where every word carries weight and every image blooms in the mind like a flower opening to the sun. The island was called Numenor, Master Tolkien continues, which in the ancient tongue means Land of the West, though it was also known by many other names, Westerness, the Blessed Isle, the Land of Gift. For it was indeed a gift given by the Valar themselves to the men who had fought against the darkness in the elder days, when Morgoth, the Black Enemy, held sway over much of Middle-earth, and all who loved the light seemed doomed to fall before his power. You find yourself leaning forward in your chair, caught up in the rhythm of the tale. There's something about the way Master Tolkien tells it that makes the ancient story feel immediate and real, as if you could close your eyes and find yourself standing on the shores of that blessed island, feeling the warm wind from the west on your face and hearing the sound of waves breaking against cliffs of white stone. The men who were given this gift were the Edain, the storyteller continues, the faithful ones who had stood with the elves against the shadow, who had suffered and bled and died for the cause of light and freedom. Their lives had been spent in the struggle, shortened by war and hardship, and the corruption that Morgoth spread wherever his influence reached. But when the war was won and the first Dark Lord cast down, the Valar remembered their sacrifice and determined to reward their
faithfulness.
Master Tolkien pauses to take a sip of his wine, and in that moment of silence, you can almost hear the sound of waves lapping against distant shores, the cry of seabirds wheeling over harbors that no longer exist, and the deep, patient breathing of an island that was blessed among all the works of the world. The island they were given was unlike anything that had ever existed in Middle-earth, he resumes. The Valar themselves had shaped it, raising it from the floor of the sea with their own hands, and everything about it spoke of blessing and peace. The climate was perfect. Never too hot in summer, never too cold in winter, with gentle rains that fell exactly when they were needed, and sunshine that seemed to hold more warmth and light than any sun that had ever shone on mortal lands. As he speaks, you find your eyes growing heavy with the wine and the warmth of the fire, and the hypnotic rhythm of his voice. But even as drowsiness begins to claim you, the images he's painting grow more vivid in your mind. An island paradise where golden cities rose beside harbors filled with ships, where gardens bloomed in eternal spring, and where the very air seemed to sing with contentment and joy. The trees that grew on Numenor were taller and more beautiful than any that grew elsewhere. Master Tolkien continues, his voice growing softer as he notices the peaceful expressions on his listeners'
faces.
The malon trees, with their silver bark and golden leaves, grew to heights that rivaled the towers of the greatest cities. The fruit trees bore harvests so abundant that no one on the island ever knew hunger, and the flowers bloomed with colors so vivid they seemed to capture pieces of the sky itself. As the night deepens around the prancing pony and the last of the rain fades to a gentle whisper against the windows, you find yourself settling into that perfect state between waking and sleeping, where stories become more real than reality, and the boundaries between past and present grow soft and permeable. Master Tolkien's voice has grown gentler still, taking on the tone of a grandfather telling bedtime stories to beloved children, and the tale he weaves seems to wrap around you like the softest blanket. The fire has burned down to glowing coals, that pulse, like a slow heartbeat, casting a warm red glow over the common room, where the other listeners have also settled into peaceful drowsiness. Some have closed their eyes completely, their faces serene as they let the story wash over them. like a gentle tide. Others watch the fire with half-lidded eyes, seeing in the dancing flames the golden cities and crystal harbours that Master Tolkien describes. But it was not just the beauty of the island that made Numenor blessed, the storyteller continues, his voice now scarcely above a whisper. It was the people themselves, for they were changed by their residence there. The Edain who settled on the island found that their lives were lengthened far beyond the normal span of mortal men. Where their fathers had lived perhaps 70 or 80 years, they lived for 2 centuries, 3 centuries, some even longer. And with those extended years came wisdom and skill beyond anything their people had known before. You shift slightly in your chair, pulling your cloak more closely around your shoulders as the fire's warmth begins to fade. But the comfort you feel goes deeper than mere physical warmth. It's the comfort of being in exactly the right place at exactly the right time, surrounded by fellow travelers who understand the value of a story well told and a tale that speaks to the deepest
longings of the heart.
They became the greatest craftsmen the world had ever known, Master Tolkien continues, his words painting pictures in your drowsy mind. Their architects raised buildings that seemed to defy the very laws of stone and mortar, creating structures so graceful they appeared to float rather than stand. Their shipwrights built vessels that could weather any storm, ships so swift and sure that they could sail from Numenor to the Grey Havens in a fortnight, when the same journey might take other vessels months to complete. The wine has left you feeling pleasantly relaxed, and the warmth in your belly combines with the warmth of the dying fire to create a sensation of perfect contentment. Outside, you can hear the night sounds of Bree settling into sleep, the distant closing of doors, the soft whinny of horses in the stable, the gentle murmur of the night watch making their rounds. But inside the prancing pony, time seems to have stopped entirely, suspended in this moment of perfect storytelling and perfect peace. Their gardens were the wonder of the world. Master Tolkien's voice drifts over you like a lullaby. They grew flowers that bloomed in every color of the rainbow, and some colors that had no names, fruit trees that bore their sweet burden year-round, and herbs with powers of healing that could cure any ailment and mend any wound. The very air in their gardens was said to have the power to extend life and bring peace to troubled hearts. You feel your eyelids growing heavier as the story continues, but you don't fight against the drowsiness. Instead, you let yourself sink deeper into the comfortable chair, deeper into the warmth of the wine and the fire, deeper into the gentle rhythm of the storyteller's voice. This is exactly where you want to be, surrounded by the timeless comfort of the prancing pony and filled with images of a paradise that once existed in the western waters. And in the center of their blessed island, Master Tolkien whispers, his voice now so soft that it seems to come from inside your own mind, rose the Meneltama, the pillar of heaven, a mountain so tall and so perfectly shaped that it seemed to be a bridge between earth and sky. From its summit, the kings of Numenor could look westward toward the undying lands, eastward toward Middle-earth, and in all directions they could see the works of their people spread out like a living map of peace and prosperity. The last thing you remember before sleep finally claims you is the sound of Master Tolkien closing his leather journal with a soft whisper of pages and the gentle murmur of Barlaam banking the fire for the night. Somewhere in the distance, a night bird calls once, soft and clear, and then all is peaceful silence as the prancing pony settles into the deep rest that comes to all sanctuaries when their day's work is done and their guests are safe and warm and content. Now, as the night reaches its deepest hour, and the stories of mortal realms fade into the realm of dreams, let me guide you along one final path through Middle-earth's vast wilderness. The stars above shine with ancient light, marking the slow turning of seasons and the patient passage of years, while far from the comfort of inns and the warmth of hearth fires, there stands a forest older than memory, where the trees themselves remember the first songs ever sung in the world. Our last journey tonight will take us to Fangorn, where the morning mist rises between trunks thick as towers, and the very air hums with the slow, deep thoughts of beings who measure time not in years but in centuries. Here, in the green twilight beneath the ancient canopy, we'll discover the gentlest secrets of all, the stories that the trees tell to those who know how to listen, and the quiet wisdom of the shepherds of the forest who have tended the woods since the world began. Deep in the heart of Middle-earth, where the morning mist clings to valleys that have never known the tread of hurried feet or the sound of axes biting into living wood, there stands a forest so ancient that its memory reaches back to the very dawn of the world. Fangorn Forest stretches for countless miles beneath a canopy so thick that even at midday, the light that filters through the leaves has the soft, green quality of undersea illumination, gentle and peaceful and filled with the patient wisdom of growing things. This is not a forest that welcomes casual visitors. The paths that wind between its massive trunks are paths that choose their own travelers, revealing themselves only to those who approach with respect and wonder, who understand that they are entering a realm where every root and branch holds memory, where every rustling leaf carries the echo of conversations that began before the first star was kindled in the sky. Tonight, as we prepare to take our final steps through this realm of timeless story, we find ourselves approaching the forest. At that magical hour when night begins to release its hold on the world, and the first birds begin their tentative songs of welcome to the returning light. The air is crisp with the promise of autumn, carrying the scent of leaves just beginning to turn gold and red, the rich smell of earth that has never been disturbed by plough or spade, and beneath it all, something deeper, the slow, green fragrance of sap and growth and the patient breathing of trees. Here, among the old forest's ancient denizens, we'll discover stories that are told not in words, but in the slow movement of branches, not in voices, but in the deep creaking of wood and the whisper of leaves. We'll learn the gentle secrets of the Ents, the tree shepherds who have watched over the growing things of the world since the elder days, and we'll hear the songs that the forest sings to itself in the quiet hours when only the trees are listening. So, take a deep breath, dear listener, and let the peace of the great forest settle into your bones like healing balm. Here, there is no urgency, no haste, no need for anything, but the simple pleasure of being present in a place where time moves as slowly as the growth of oak trees, where wisdom is measured in seasons rather than moments, and where every story is told with the patience of those who have all the time in the world to get it right. You wake not to any sudden sound or jarring light, but to the gradual awareness that the world around you is gently stirring to life. The place where you've spent the night is unlike any bedroom you've ever known, a natural hollow between the great roots of what must be the largest tree in all of Middle-earth, its trunk so massive that it could house a village, its bark so deeply grooved and weathered that it tells the story of millennia in its ridges and furrows. The hollow itself is surprisingly comfortable, carpeted with moss so soft and thick it might have been woven by the most skilled craftsman and warmed by some inner heat from the great tree that keeps the morning chill at bay. Above you, the roots arch overhead like the ribs of some enormous natural cathedral, and between them you can see the first hints of morning light filtering down through layers upon layers of leaves, creating a shifting pattern of green and gold that dances gently in the slight breeze. You stretch and yawn, feeling more rested than you have in years. There's something about sleeping in the embrace of a living tree that soothes the spirit in ways that no mortal bed ever could. Your dreams were filled with the slow, deep music of growing things, not melodies that you could hum or rhythms that you could tap with your fingers, but something far more fundamental, the very pulse of life itself, flowing through root and branch and leaf. As you sit up and look around your unusual bedroom, you notice that you're not alone. Perched on a nearby root, regarding you with bright, intelligent eyes, is a robin so perfectly red-breasted and alert that it might have stepped out of a child's picture book. But there's something about the way it looks at you that suggests this is no ordinary bird. There's an awareness in its gaze, a sense of personality and purpose that makes you feel as if you're being formally introduced to a neighbor. "Good
Morning, little friend," you say softly, not really expecting any response beyond perhaps a cheerful chirp.
But to your amazement, the robin tilts its head and speaks, not in the common tongue, but in a language of whistles and trills that somehow, in this place where old magic still flows like sap through living wood, you find yourself understanding perfectly. "Good morning to you as well, guest of the great oak," the robin says, its voice like liquid music. "Old Treebeard has been expecting you. He asked me to serve as your guide when you woke, to bring you to the Entmoot that begins with the sun's rising. He said you had the look of one who might appreciate the old stories, the tales that we tell when the moon is dark and the forest speaks only to itself. You dress quickly in clothes that seem to have been cleaned and mended while you slept, though you don't remember removing them. The fabric feels different now, softer, more natural, as if it has absorbed some of the forest's own peaceful essence. Your boots, when you slip them on, feel as if they've been designed specifically for walking on forest paths, with soles that will make no harsh sounds on fallen leaves and will leave no trace of your passing on the soft earth. The robin flutters, from root to root, leading you up out of the hollow and onto what appears to be a path, though it's unlike any path you've ever seen. Instead of being cut through the forest, it seems to have been grown by the forest itself. A winding way where the trees have simply chosen to space themselves a little farther apart, where the undergrowth has arranged itself into natural borders, and where fallen logs have positioned themselves to serve as bridges over the small streams that chuckle and whisper their way towards some distant river. As you follow your small guide deeper into the forest, you begin to notice details that would have escaped your attention in any other place. The way certain trees seem to lean toward each other, as if engaged in quiet conversation. The manner in which shafts of sunlight fall in exactly the right places to illuminate patches of wildflowers or interesting stones. The fact that every stream you cross is perfectly clear and cold, with water that tastes of mountain springs and morning rain. The forest is preparing for the Entmoot, the robin explains as you pause beside a particularly beautiful waterfall where crystal clear water tumbles over smooth rocks into a pool so perfect it might have been carved by master craftsmen. It happens only when there are great matters to discuss, when the old stories need to be told again so they won't be forgotten. Today, Treebeard will speak of the first days, when the Ents were young and the world was green and growing everywhere. You cup your hands and drink from the stream, and the water is so pure and refreshing that you feel it washing away not just your physical thirst, but some deeper weariness you hadn't even realized you were carrying. There's something in that water that speaks of rain that fell on leaves that were green when the world was young, of snow that melted on mountains that have stood since the beginning of time, of springs that rise from places so deep and sacred that they touch the very roots of the world. As you continue along the path, you begin to hear it, a sound so deep and slow that at first you think it might be distant thunder or the movement of the earth itself. But gradually you realize that it's voices, many voices, speaking in harmonies so low and measured that each word seems to take minutes to complete. The robin on your shoulder begins to vibrate with excitement, its small body quivering with anticipation. "We're almost there," it whispers. The Entmoot is beginning. Listen carefully, and you'll hear the voices of trees that were saplings when the stars were first kindled, that have watched the rise and fall of kingdoms, that remember songs that no other living beings have heard for centuries beyond counting. The Entmoot is unlike anything you could have imagined. You emerge from the winding forest path into a natural amphitheatre where the trees themselves form the seating. Ancient oaks and ashes and elms whose trunks are so enormous that they could each shelter a small village, their branches reaching out to form a living roof high overhead. But these are not ordinary trees, you realize with a thrill of wonder and something approaching awe. These trees are moving, not quickly, not with the hasty movements of the smaller folk, but with the slow, deliberate grace of beings for whom time is measured in seasons rather than heartbeats. Branches shift and adjust to create better acoustics. Roots rearrange themselves to form natural benches and speaking platforms, and the very air seems to hum with an intelligence so vast and patient that it makes you feel like a mayfly contemplating the movements of mountains. At the center of the gathering stands the most magnificent being you have ever seen. Though stands is perhaps not the right word, for Treebeard seems to grow from the earth itself, his feet, if feet they can be called, disappearing into a tangle of roots that merge seamlessly with the forest floor. He is ancient beyond measure, his bark-like skin marked with the patterns of countless seasons, his beard a flowing cascade of moss and small plants that house entire communities of birds and insects. But it's his eyes that truly capture your attention. Eyes like deep pools reflecting starlight, holding depths of memory and wisdom that make you feel suddenly, humbly aware of your own brief place in the great story of the world.
"Whom, whom?" Treebeard's voice rumbles like distant thunder, each syllable carefully shaped and given its full weight. "Welcome, young one. Welcome to the gathering of the shepherds, to the telling of the old tales, to the remembering of days
when the world was green and growing everywhere under the light of younger stars. Around the amphitheatre, other Ents are taking their places, each one unique, each one bearing the characteristics of different trees, different forests, different ages of the world. There is Beachbone, whose golden bark gleams like burnished metal in the filtered sunlight. There is Leaflock, so covered in trailing vines and flowering plants that he seems less like a single being than like an entire garden given consciousness and voice. There is Skinbark, ancient even among the Ents, his surface scarred and weathered by ages of tending the wild woods in the dark years when orcs roamed freely and axes bit deep into living wood. You find a seat on what appears to be a fallen log, though you suspect it has positioned itself here specifically for the comfort of visitors. The robin settles on your shoulder, its small weight a comforting reminder of friendship in this gathering of beings so vast and ancient that they make you feel like a child sitting among the adults at some great family reunion. Today, Treebeard continues, his voice carrying easily through the natural acoustics of the amphitheatre. We remember the beginning, the first awakening, the time when the world was younger and all growing things knew their kinship with one another. Today we tell the tale of how the shepherds came to be and why we tend the trees and what songs the forest sang in the first spring of the world. The other Ents settle into positions that speak of long familiarity with this ritual. Some seem to root themselves temporarily into the earth, drawing strength from the soil for the long story ahead. Others sway gently in rhythms that match some unheard music, their movements hypnotic and peaceful. The very air seems to grow thicker with anticipation, and you can smell the green scent of sap rising and leaves unfurling, as if the forest itself is preparing to relive its earliest memories. Listen well, young one, the robin whispers in your ear, for this is a tale that is told only when the forest deems it necessary, only when the old wisdom needs to be shared with new hearts. Close your eyes if you wish, and let the deep voices carry you back to the very dawn of the world, when everything was possible and every seed held the promise of wonders yet to come. You settle back against the comfortable curve of your log seat, feeling the perfect rightness of this moment. Here, surrounded by beings whose memories stretch back to the foundation of the world, breathing air that is thick with the patience of growing things, you are about to hear stories that have been kept safe in the heart of the forest for ages, beyond counting. The morning light filters down through the canopy above, casting everything in that magical green glow that exists nowhere else in Middle-earth, and you know that this day will remain in your memory forever, a perfect jewel of peace and wonder in the crown of your life's experiences. As the great gathering settles into the timeless rhythm of deep storytelling, and Treebeard's voice begins to weave the ancient tale of the shepherd's awakening, you feel yourself sinking into that perfect state of peace that comes only when you are exactly where you belong, exactly when you need to be there. The forest around you seems to pulse with quiet life, and every breath you take fills your lungs with air, so pure and sweet that it feels like a blessing. The morning light continues to filter down through the endless layers of leaves above, creating patterns of green and gold that shift and dance with each gentle movement of the branches. Somewhere in the distance, you can hear the sound of water flowing over stones and the soft rustle of small creatures going about their morning business among the ferns and fallen logs. A squirrel chatters briefly in a nearby tree, and somewhere, high overhead, a hawk circles lazily on the thermal currents that rise from the sun-warmed earth. But it's Treebeard's voice that holds your attention, that ancient rumble that seems to rise from the very roots of the world. As he tells the tale of the first awakening, when the elves woke the trees to consciousness and taught them the joy of movement and speech, you find your eyelids growing heavy. Not from boredom, never that, but from the deep contentment that comes from being surrounded by such perfect peace, such timeless wisdom, such gentle and undemanding love. And in those days, Treebeard's voice drifts over you like the most soothing lullaby. The trees were many, and we were few, and all the world was green and growing under the light of stars that sang together in harmony. There was no haste in those days, no need for hurry, for we had all the time in the world to grow and learn and sing our slow songs to the earth and sky. You let your eyes drift closed, not to shut out the story, but to better feel its rhythm, to let it flow through. You like sap through the branches of a great tree. The log beneath you seems to grow more comfortable with each passing moment, molding itself to support your body with the perfect attention to comfort that only living wood can provide. Your breathing slows to match the gentle pulse of the forest around you, and you feel yourself becoming part of the great green peace that dwells here in the heart of Fangorn. Sleep well, young friend, the robin whispers so softly that you might be imagining its voice. Sleep in the embrace of the old forest, and let your dreams be filled with the memory of greener days and growing things. The Ents will watch over you, and when you wake, you'll carry with you always the peace of this place, the wisdom of patient growth, and the knowledge that somewhere in the world, the ancient stories are still being told by those who remember the first songs of earth
and sky.
And with that gentle blessing, you let yourself drift into the deepest, most peaceful sleep you have ever known, surrounded by the patient breathing of trees older than kingdoms, cradled in the roots of the world itself, and filled with dreams.
Of endless forests where every leaf tells a story and every branch holds a song that has been growing richer and more beautiful since the very dawn of time. In your dreams,
you walk among trees that tower like cathedral spires into a sky so blue it seems to sing, where the air is thick with the perfume of flowers that bloom in colors beyond naming, and where every step you take brings you deeper into the green heart of the world's most ancient peace. And when morning comes again, you know that you will carry this dream with you always, a perfect memory of the place where all stories begin and all wandering hearts finally find their home. Now, dear listener, as our journey through Middle-earth's gentle corners draws to its close and the last echoes of ancient voices fade into the whisper of wind through leaves that have seen the passing of ages, let me share with you the deepest secret of the Ent, the story that Treebeard tells only when the stars are bright and the moon looks down with silver eyes upon the forest floor. This is the tale of the first song, the melody that woke the trees from their long slumber and taught them to love the light. It is a story of patience and growth, of roots that run deeper than sorrow and branches that reach higher than hope, of the slow, sweet wisdom that comes only to those who have learned to measure time in the turning of seasons rather than the beating of hearts. Close your eyes one final time and let the deep voice of the forest carry you into the realm of the first dreams, where every seed holds infinite possibility and every dawn brings new wonders. For this is where all our stories end and begin again, in the green heart of the world, where the trees remember everything and the earth itself sings lullabies to those who know how to listen. In the time before time, when the world was no more than a song in the mind of Eru Ilúvatar, and the Valar walked in the void planning the making of all things, there existed already in that divine imagination a vision of green growing things that would cover the earth like a living tapestry, each leaf and branch and root a note in a symphony of such complexity and beauty that it would take all the ages of the world to play it through to its conclusion. When at last the music was made manifest, and ardor took shape beneath the light of the lamps, the first thing to appear was not mountain or sea or sky, but a single seed, perfect and round and full of infinite possibility. From this seed would grow not just one tree, but all trees, not just one forest, but all the forests that would ever grace the world with their presence. The seed lay sleeping in the earth for an age of ages, drawing strength from the very bones of the world, learning the slow songs of stone and soil and the deep places where water runs in darkness. And as it slept, it dreamed, not the quick, bright dreams of mortal minds, but the long, slow dreams of growing things where a single thought might take centuries to form and a single emotion might color the seasons of entire millennia. At last the time came for awakening. It was not the light of sun or moon that stirred the seed to life, but the sound of voices singing in the darkness, the voices of the elves, who had themselves only recently awakened beneath the stars and who brought with them the gift of music and the knowledge of harmony. Their songs called to the sleeping seed, and slowly, slowly, with the patience that would forever mark all growing things, it began to respond. The first root broke through the shell of the seed like a whisper of movement in the earth, feeling its way through soil that had never been disturbed, seeking the deep springs that would nourish its growth through all the ages to come. The first shoot pushed through the earth like a prayer made manifest, reaching toward a sky it had never seen, but somehow knew was there, waiting to welcome it with light and air and the endless blue of possibility. And as it grew, oh how it grew! Not with the haste of mortal things, but with the steady, inexorable patience of mountains rising and rivers carving their courses through stone. Years passed like seasons, seasons like days, and still it grew, adding ring upon ring, to its mighty trunk, reaching ever higher toward the stars that had first called it into being. But the tree was not alone in its growing. From its roots came other seeds, and from those seeds other trees, until there was a grove, and from the grove a wood, and from the wood a forest that stretched from sea to sea and covered the world in green abundance. Each tree was unique, each had its own song to sing and its own part to play in the great symphony of growing things. Some grew tall and straight, their branches reaching for the highest light. Others spread wide and low, their arms embracing the earth in shelter and protection. Still others put down roots so deep they touched the very foundations of the world, becoming bridges between earth and sky, between the realm of growing things and the realm of eternal stone. For countless ages the forests grew in peace and plenty, knowing no danger greater than the occasional storm, no sorrow deeper than the natural falling of leaves in autumn. The trees sang to each other in voices too deep for any but the most sensitive ears to hear, sharing stories of seasons past and dreams of seasons yet to come. They sheltered the small creatures of the earth, provided homes for birds and squirrels, and countless other living things, and gave freely of their fruits and shade to all who asked. But the trees, for all their wisdom and patience, were not yet complete. They could grow and flourish and sing their slow songs, but they could not move, could not tend to their offspring as a parent should, could not protect the younger, and, weaker among their number, from the dangers that were beginning to stir in the darker corners of the world. They were magnificent in their stillness, but they lacked the gift of action, the ability to shepherd their own. It was then that the elves, led by the wise and compassionate among their number, returned to the forests with a new gift, the gift of awakening. Through songs of power and words of making, they called to the mightiest and wisest of the trees, offering them consciousness and movement, the ability to walk and talk and think and choose.
Not all trees accepted this gift. Many preferred the deep peace of their rooted existence, the slow contentment of growth without thought. But some, the greatest and most noble among them, heard the call and answered. The awakening was not a sudden thing. Nothing in the world of trees ever is.
It took years for the first Ent to learn to move his roots, to lift his feet from the earth and take his first careful steps through the forest he had watched over for so long from one place. It took decades for him to master speech, to shape the deep rumblings of his voice into words that others could understand. And it took centuries for him to fully comprehend his new nature, to understand that he was no longer simply a tree, but something new and wonderful. A bridge between the rooted world of growing things and the mobile world of creatures who walked beneath the sky. But once the awakening was complete, the Ents became everything the forests had needed and more. They were shepherds to the trees, protecting them from harm and guiding their growth with wisdom born of intimate understanding. They were teachers, passing on the deep lore of root and branch to each new generation of saplings. They were guardians, standing watch against the axes and fires that began to threaten the green world as the younger races multiplied and spread across the earth. And most importantly, they were the keepers of memory, the living repositories of all the stories that the forests had accumulated over their long existence. In their deep voices were preserved the songs of the first spring, the laughter of streams that had run dry 1,000 years ago, the last words of trees that had fallen to lightning or storm, or the inevitable wearing away of time. As you drift deeper into the green dreams of Fangorn, surrounded by the patient breathing of the Ent and the gentle whisper of leaves in the night wind, you carry with you the deepest secret of all, that every tree, every leaf, every blade of grass is part of an ancient story that began with the first song of creation and will continue until the last star fades from the sky. You are part of that story now, woven into its endless tapestry by the simple act of listening with an open heart to the tales that the earth itself has been trying to tell since the very beginning of time. And in your dreams, you walk forever, through forests where every tree knows your name, where every path leads deeper into wonder, and where the slow, sweet songs of growing things carry you gently into the timeless peace that dwells at the green heart of the world. Sleep well, my
sleepy fellows.
Sleep in the embrace of the ancient trees and know that you are loved by the very earth beneath your feet, cherished by the sky above your head, and held safe in the endless story that connects all living things in one vast, growing, dreaming song of life. And so our journey through the gentle corners of Middle-earth comes to its peaceful close with the soft sound of wind through